Hello everyone and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. As we start the process, we'll be working on two different pieces here on the Hot Shop floor. My name is Emily. I'll be the MC for the day, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. Åsa Sandlund is our visiting artist for the week here at Museum of Glass, and we have explored creating her works, the plate and the vessels here. Yesterday we did the vases on the podium. So our visiting artist here in the Hot Shop this week is Åsa Sandlund. We've been creating her work with the team. So far we've created the plates on the table, some vessels you were able to see come out of the kiln here. She cuts into these vessels. If you take a closer look later, you'll be able to see when she manipulates the shape of the vessel, so you're able to look inside the belly of the piece. She's into the fact that the glass has magnifying properties. She likes that the light plays with the different dimensions. So you'll have to take a peek into the belly of the piece on the podium there. Yesterday we made some of these Stockholm vases, and then today we're going to start the flower pots. And again, my name's Emily, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask questions. So the process here in the hot shop consists of using these steel rods to dip into the furnace, and then we'll work at the bench while using the reheating chambers. So in order to get the glass on the end of the rod, we'll use the steel rod, we'll dip into the furnace. The furnaces are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as you can see, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. So as you dip into the furnace, they'll rotate that steel rod, and that glass contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. They'll come out and they'll have a little bit of glass on the end of the rod, which we call a gather. So that's the first gather, which will give us the starter bubble. Thank you. So here at the middle bench, we have a starter bubble that's been blown out. Gabe has heated up a bar of color, and this is how we will apply color to the glass, because all of the glass in the furnace is clear. So for an example, when that color bar is not very hot and orange, this is an example of what a cold color bar looks like. He's going to heat it up, shape it properly, and then lay it over the clear bubbles. And this is known as the color overlay application to create a solid finish on the surface of the glass. He'll use his diamond shears, and in one snip, they cut in a 360, which will help release that extra material, the extra rod, and his hand away from the heat. So from here, we'll get the color nice and hot, shape it over the clear bubble. We'll use the reheating chamber to heat it up. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So the reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. The temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees, and the hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. So as he heats up that piece, he'll then rotate the glass all the way towards the end to encase the entire clear bubble. So back to Miss Åsa. Åsa, I'll tell you a little bit more about our visiting artist. She's born in Stockholm, Sweden, and she studied in France and England. She spent 2 years at the Sorbonne and earned her BFA at Beckman School of Design. She immigrated to the U.S. in '95 and now is retired after 30 years as serving as Senior Creative Director at Nordstrom's. In addition to her corporate role, she collaborates with her husband, Preston Singletary. You'll see him on the left side of the hot shop today, creating also in glass. And she's an accomplished glassmaker herself. Her work has been exhibited in the U.S. and abroad and featured in publications like the New Glass Review and the New York Times. Åsa joins the Museum of Glass during the Refract Weekend, the Seattle Glass Experience, and we'd like to give a special thank you to Ian and Laura MacNeil for sponsoring the Feel Their Fire campaign. Feel Their Fire supports artists like Åsa and other artists to come and work here in the hot shop with the team. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? So everything that's done here in the hot shop often has a cold element also. And if you cut into glass, as she has done with her vessels here on the podium, she revealed the bubble that's inside of this color cup. So they create a big cup, they put a bubble and they stuff it inside of the color cup, and then they stretch it out and shape it at the bench. And later, in the cold part of the process, she'll cut off the cookie foot at the bottom, and then she'll cut the walls so it reveals the inner layers of the glass. And so here he'll go to dip into the furnace to gather. Again, dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass is very, very, very soft and hot and very gooey when it comes out of the furnace. But then at the bench, when they use their tools, it'll start to rapidly cool down. So with that block, he'll shape the glass. It's a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. The water will protect the surface of the glass and the integrity of the wood. We want the walls to be nice and even and well rounded so that when they blow into the bubble, it'll expand all together evenly. So when the flower pots are created, there's a process in which they'll make two different, a solid color block and then potentially a transparent color block or just another color. And then they will attach the pieces all together to create one vessel. That process in the hot shop is known as incalmoing. If we could please see the incalmo slide to help understand a bit better how we attach the different colors. So there on the big screen, we're going to make different pieces that will then be stuck together to create one flower pot. So this is the process in which we'll have a really clean line of distinction between the different colors, whether they're color blocked in solid or solid glass and then transparent and then solid again. So depending on the size of the flower pot there we're making, consists of how many gathers we're going to take. So gathering the glass and having enough at the end of the rod, enough mass, will then allow us to continue to stretch that bubble out. The more glass that we gather, the larger we can blow the bubble to create a really big flower pot or a medium-sized flower pot or a small flower pot. So below all the clear, you can see that really pretty halo of orange. It's just clear glass around a bubble, and the bubble has color. We put color at the core, and as we blow it out, it'll only look like a solid finish of one color, but it's a lot of clear and a little color. And as he blows it out, the color will take up all the space. It'll fill into that clear around it. Pay attention to how he blows into the end of the pipe as he uses that cloth-like material to shape the glass. Those are papers. That's folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water, which will allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. So now we're at the point in where for the base to be solid and for the top to be solid, we're going to split this bubble in half. So that'll open it up, right? Now we'll have access to the base. Sarah put her transparent piece inside of the garage. We can place items, I like to say park them, in the garage to be held at a steady temperature to be later reworked into the process. So as we allow the glass to cool down so we're able to move to the next step, we're just going to chill there at the bench. And then on the left side of the hot shop here, he'll use his corks to shape the vase. The corks are just the same material that you would use for a wine topper, just a lot more. They're ideal for shaping. They don't eliminate heat from the surface of the vase too quickly, and it allows him for more time for shaping at the bench. So as we go in and out of those reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees. It's very important during the process that we keep the glass above 1,000 degrees to prevent any sort of stress or thermal shock. And now he's created a transfer rod to connect to the bottom. And in that low point is where we'll disconnect that little piece of glass there from the bubble. He'll use a little water on the jack line that he carved in. Thermal shock will set in. Once thermal shock sets in, he'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the glass. So now she'll use her tool to open up the top of the vessel, the little piece of the cup that we will apply to the top of the flower pot. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to help expand the two pieces as they combine. And with the paper, he'll shape the glass and then a little water on the opposite rod to detach that connection point. We'll tap it and the vibrations will release the pipe. So for all my youth visitors today who are 12 and under and interested in the Kids Design Glass program, there are some submission forms in the grant hall on the table in front of the education studio. The Kids Design Glass program is designed to inspire the youth 12 and under to create like fine artists do here in the hot shop. Can we see the Kids Design Glass slide to learn a little bit more about the program? So as you can see there, if you're 12 and under, you can draw your original idea, submit your drawing with an entry form, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team will choose a monthly winner, and the winner and family are invited to watch their creation be made out of glass. 2 pieces will be created, one for the winner and one for our permanent collection to go on exhibit. We have a Kids Design Glass exhibit currently in the gallery, so be sure to walk through. And if you're interested, you take a submission form. Even if the youth you might have in mind is not here with you today, get it to them. You don't have to be just in Tacoma. It's an international program and national as well. Thank you. So as he prepares to take this piece from off of this pipe they started on, he'll give it a nice flash there with the fluffy torch, and then as he'll prepare a connection rod, a transfer rod, to connect to the bottom, and they'll transfer it from this initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side. So as we work here in the hot shop, you'll see that they constantly take glass out of the furnace. And the question is a good question. How do we get the glass? How does all of this start? And so it all starts by dipping into the furnace. And as we continue to take the glass out of the furnaces, which are the machines with the silver bases and the doors on the front of them, that furnace, it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. But as we extract it, that 1,000 pounds will decrease. It'll get lower and lower, and it doesn't just magically reappear. So our hot shop technician will recharge the furnace, and that process consists of refilling the furnaces with glass. And so to learn a little bit more about the glass inside the furnaces, can we please see the Charging the Furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So all of the glass within our furnaces is just clear glass, and you can see the pieces here on the podium and what Åsa has made this week. It's all colored. So we add color into the process while we're creating here in the hot shop, and her choice to have a really pretty solid finish is laying color bar over the surface of a clear bubble to change the surface color. We heat this color up, and that is known as a color overlay. So to learn a little bit more about the color overlay process, can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're at the point in the process to where he'll carve into the glass with his jacks. His jacks are just two large blades, and as he squeezes his grip, it'll carve into the surface to create a weak point. We refer to this as a jack line. with those paddles, he'll just shield him because that piece is well above, maybe about 2,000 degrees. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to continue to expand that bubble. The more we expand the bubble, the more the more we'll be able to get closer to the size of the flower pot. We're going to make a flower pot of this size first. So while they're working at the bench, they often will shape the bottom first, and then will transfer the piece off of the initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side. So he'll use his jacks to shape the glass, square it up, and then with the paddle, he'll flatten the bottom of the flower pot. Let's give them a big round of applause. Let's clap it up. We're going to place this piece into the box. Clap it up. We must place pieces into the annealing ovens to cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. When we flash the body of the piece, so when we put it back into the reheating chamber, this portion that he is flashing with the fluffy torch goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first. So that's why he's hitting it with the fluffy torch. That gets up to about 2,500 degrees also, so it's just as hot as the belly of the reheating chamber. The next step of the process will be to transfer the body of the pot off of the end of this rod so we can open up the top of the flower pot and access the bubble, and then fold that lip back. So now that the connection point is placed on there, they'll set it up, allow it to cool for a bit so it stiffens up. He'll put a little water on that jack line that he carved in. It's a line of tension, creates a weak point. Thermal shock will set in, he'll tap it, and the vibrations will help release the piece from the end of the pipe. Back into the reheating chamber. While they're working, they have to make sure that the piece is always on center, so we'll give it a little flash, come back to the bench, he'll put it on center, and then we'll continue to shape the top. Our visiting artists also will have an artist talk on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. And if you're interested in learning more about Åsa, you're more than welcome to get onto our live stream. Or you can come back to the hot shop and learn all about her career, and her work from 1 to 2 p.m. on Sunday. So with those jacks, he'll slowly begin to open up the lip, and as they heat it and he angles his hand and opens his grip, it'll also help open up that access point. So as he angles the jacks and they rotate, he'll slowly fold this lip back onto itself without actually touching the other layer of glass. as they're working at the bench, it's really important that the connection point is nice and hot. So she's using the torch just to heat up certain areas to give the preheat, preheat the lip to keep it nice and hot and soft so he can continue to shape the glass. And then back into the reheating chamber to flash the body of the piece. It's important while we're working that the piece stays above 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, our visiting artist this week is Åsa Sandlund. Right now in the Hot Shop, we're making a flower pot similar to the one here on the podium. And my name is Emily, so if you guys have questions, you have to raise your hand and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So now he'll use his lumberjacks to go in on the inner wall to slowly open up, and it happened very quickly, open up that lip there. Those lumberjacks are a great tool for shaping on the inside without leaving any stress marks in opposition to our regular steel jacks. They can kind of leave a ring on the inside when they rotate and shape at the same time. So our visiting artist, Miss Åsa Sandlund, is here this week creating her work with the team. And so all the pieces we've made so far have been brought out of the annealing oven. As you can see, we've created vessels similar to the one on the podium there. Later, these vessels will be cut open. The plates will be enhanced by the sandblasting process, which means it'll remove the top layer to reveal the bottom color that'll come through. The additional color on the back. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? Thank you. So when pieces are started, you'll see that they'll dip into the furnace to gather the glass. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. The glass inside the furnace, it contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. When they come out, they'll have a nice big gather. This is a really big gather of glass because he's continued to gather a few times over a little bubble. But this is how the flower pot started. Not exactly how, but somewhat. It starts off as a bubble, and then they blow into the end of the pipe to create a big bubble, and then they shape it into the desired design. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as they work here at the benches, you'll see that they go in and out of these reheating chambers. The reheating chambers are designed to keep the pieces nice and hot. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees. Thank you. So as we're coming closer to being able to take this piece off the pipe and put it away, Sarah will get suited up to be able to catch the piece, she'll put on her Kevlar mittens, and those mittens are made out of the same material as bulletproof vest to prevent her from getting burned. And so she'll get suited up, and then we're going to remove the piece off the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. We'll tap the pipe, release the glass. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. They'll place it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So for all my youth audience members who are visiting us in the hot shop today, I hope you guys are having a good time. We have a program here that I would like to tell you guys about, and it's known as Kids Design Glass. And this program is designed to encourage the youth, as long as you're 12 and under, to apply to create like fine artists do here in the hot shop. So in our grant hall, we have a submission form that you can create an image and then submit your form. And if your image is chosen by the hot shop team, you'll be invited back here into the hot shop with you and your family to watch your illustration be created here in the hot shop. One piece will stay here with us and one piece will go home with you and your family. So for all my youth members in the audience, can we please see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the hot shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. Our visiting artist this week is Åsa Sandlund. Her pieces are being created. We just finished a flower pot. Now we're going to make another one. So the process to create a flower pot, similar to the white one on the podium there, we're making it a little larger. It consists of using the steel rods here and dipping into the furnace. The steel rods are designed to help us gather the glass. Their blowpipes will allow us to blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble, as she did already. And now the next step will be to add color to the surface of the glass. And so he's heating a color bar here on the right side of the hot shop, and he'll place it over that clear bubble. That is how we will have a surface color. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace here in the hot shop is where we gather the glass from. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at 2,100 degrees. All of the glass inside of the furnace is clear, so we have to apply color here in the hot shop. For Åsa's work, her choice is to do a color overlay. So we'll use color bar, and as they just did, he got the color bar nice and hot. It looks orange because it's hot. He laid it over the clear bubble, she snipped it, and now she'll stretch the color all the way back towards the end of the pipe to encase the bubble. That then changes the surface color of the glass. We'll use a little color and a whole lot of clear, and then blow out the bubble to expand the shape and the size of the glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. On Sunday, Åsa will have an artist talk here in the hot shop. So if you're interested in learning more about Åsa, her career, and her work, feel free to get onto our live stream or come back Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. You can live stream from the comfort of your home. If you're interested, we run a live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. So if you're ever curious to learn about what's happening here in the hot shop, be sure to log on to our live stream. So the flower pot will consist of an opaque color and then a transparent color and another opaque color. So we have to build those two different bubbles and we have to combine parts. And so that process is known as incalmo. So incalmo means to graft, like skin grafting, except for we're just color blocking, and it helps create a very clean finish between different colors. So can we see the incalmo illustration, the incalmo diagram? So once we make the pieces or the bubbles, we'll open the bubbles up and then stick them together. It'll be just 3 solid at the bottom, opaque at the bottom, solid, transparent in the middle, and then a solid band of color at the top. Thank you. So he's added color to the surface of a clear bubble, and he stretched it back over towards the end of the pipe. And then here on the right side of the hot shop, she's gathered over the color they've laid over it, the clear bubble, and this will allow her to expand the bubble so she can create a little cup of color, which will, or I'm sorry, it'll be a cup of color, which will be placed on the stack. So we're going to stack 3 colors of glass and then blow it out. We're making a flower pot. The flower pot is here, this middle one here on the table. On the left side of the hot shop here, as they've continued to expand this bubble, as you can see, the piece is getting super big, which is really awesome to watch. He'll use his corks. The corks are just like the top of a wine cork. It's just a larger portion of material. It does a really good job of not extracting heat from the surface of the glass, and it leaves a very soft touch, so it won't leave stress on the surface of the glass. So Åsa Sandlund, our visiting artist, her husband is Preston Singletary. They're working side by side in the hot shop this week. They also have collaborated on pieces during the course of the residency. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? Åsa was born in Stockholm, Sweden, and she studied in France and England and spent 2 years at the Sorbonne and earned her BFA at Beckman School of Design. She immigrated to the U.S. in 1995 and recently retired after 30 years as Senior Creative Director at Nordstrom's. In addition to her corporate role, she collaborates with her husband, Preston Singletary, and is an accomplished glassmaker herself. Her work has been exhibited in the U.S. and abroad, featured in publications like New Glass Review and the New York Times. She joins the museum during the Refract weekend here in the Seattle Glass Experience. She was a candidate for the Feel Their Fire campaign, and so we just want to give a special thank you to Ian and Laura MacNeil, who sponsored the Feel Their Fire campaign for this residency to be possible. So as he's working here and he's using these tools to measure the width and the length, so that way they're similar to the one he's made before. Those are just measuring tools. He'll flatten the bottom, and the next step of the process will be to transfer this piece from the initial blowpipe to an additional rod so he can clean up the top. We often will make the bottom first while we're connected to the ear, because as we shape, we lose a little ear, so we can reinforce the ear, and then we'll transfer it off so we can clean up the top. As you see, when they're working here in the hot shop, they'll work in and out of the reheating chambers to keep the glass nice and hot. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So these glory holes are designed only for reheating the glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within this barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. It's important that the glass stays above about 1,000 degrees to prevent stress or thermal shock while working at the bench. So the reheating chamber allows us to keep the glass nice and hot. Thank you. So as he's dipped into the furnace, he's creating a transfer rod. That transfer rod will then be placed at the bottom of this piece here on the left side of the hot shop so we can remove it from the blowpipe. And so dipping into the furnace allows us to gather glass, and the more glass that we gather, the larger we can blow a piece out to be. And so he's resting here at the bench before he plans to dip back into the furnace so he can continue to expand his bubble. We don't want to go into the furnace while the glass is too hot. We just want it to stabilize. It's like an onion. We're building it. It has layers, so we're allowing it to set itself up and cool down before we move to the next step. He'll use this fluffy torch as he's shooting the torch there at the end of the pipe to make sure that this portion of the pipe stays nice and warm. When we flash a piece, so when we give it a reheat in the reheating chamber, that portion of the pipe goes in last and it comes out first. So that is why he's torching the bottom portion. We also want that area to be nice and hot, so when he adds water, thermal shock will set in and help release the piece a bit better. Whenever they pluck into the glass in this manner, they're just removing bubbles that may have been gathered when they collected more glass. He'll use his block to cool down those outer layers and shape the glass. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. A little bit of water on that jack line he carved in. He'll tap the pipe. Thermal shock will set in. He'll tap the pipe and release the glass. So to successfully make a flower pot, it'll consist of creating these balls of color, blowing them out, and then opening them up to attach them. We will attach them in the incalmo style of connecting parts of color, and then it'll become one large bubble. They'll blow that out into the desired shape. So here at the middle bench, he's using his jacks to carve into the glass and divide a long bubble. And so they're going to release just the part where he's dividing the glass and open up the base of the flower pot. So now he'll gather some more glass out of the furnace to create a connection point at the end of the rod so he can release the extra bubble to create a little cut. On the right side of the hot shop, she's already opened her bubble up, so it's a open color cup. When she attaches it, it'll then be open more on the opposite side, and then we'll place this opaque color on top of that transparent color block. So once that additional rod is set up and the glass stiffens a bit, it cools down, he'll add water into that low point. Thermal shock will set in. He'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will release that little bubble of glass. So we'll place this transparent part of the piece into the garage here. The garage is where we park pieces to cool down, to rest at a steady temperature so they can be reworked into the process. That garage ranges from about 800 degrees to 1,000 degrees, and that temperature is high enough to hold the piece, but it's not hot enough to continue to melt it. So that cloth-like material that he's using to shape the glass is a newspaper that's been soaked in water, and then those jacks are a tool designed for shaping and carving into the glass. But as you can see, as he paddles the bottom, he'll be able to shape those outer walls. They know what to do while they're working in the hot shop and when to do it by visibly reading the color of the glass. When it reads orange, that means it's hot, soft, and very shapeable. Very malleable. And then when it cools down closer to the color it'll be when it's cold, back to room temperature, it indicates it's very stiff. So now as he gets suited up, he'll be preparing himself to catch the piece off of the pipe here on the left side of the hot shop where they're slowly finishing up. Those Kevlar gloves will help him protect his hands from physically being burned. That piece is super duper hot. So they'll give a flash to the back of the rod there. We want this area to be nice and hot, so when we place water on the low point, it'll help release the glass. And then here at the middle bench, we're going to combine the second portion of, or the incalmo portion of the flower pot. This will give us that middle transparency. When we meet the two pieces, he'll blow into the end of the pipe there. And with those papers, he'll shape the glass. Blowing into it will help both pieces expand together. So we'll tap the pipe to, we'll put a little water on that pipe there, the glass. Then we'll tap it to release the extra pipe. And now he'll open up the transparent part so we can add the opaque part on top of the flower pot. So he'll get under it, put a little bit of water on that connection point. Thermal shock will set in. He'll cinch it with the shears and then tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. So in the case what you see that there's still some green on the end of the pipe there, it didn't disconnect as he ideally would love for it to. So after creating this piece, sometimes you have to just let it go and throw it away. And then they're going to start over and do it all again. Åsa Sandlund is our visiting artist here in the hot shop this week. If you're interested in learning more about Åsa, she will have an artist talk Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. You're welcome to get onto our live stream if you can't make it back and you're curious to learn more about Åsa and her work. So with those jacks, he'll slowly open up the mouth of the piece. It's going to look like a tube to start, and then we'll continue to blow it out and expand it. We have to put one more piece of color onto the top. So during this week here in the hot shop, Åsa has been creating her designs, and she'll refer to these ones as winter, the Stockholm vases as the spring, and then the flower vases as the summer. And so as she's creating these works that the hot shop team is making here on the floor, later on she'll manipulate the surface so you can peek into the belly of the vase, similar to the one there on the podium. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? So now that we've attached all three pieces to be able to create the flower vase, we'll get it nice and hot, continue to blow it out. We shape the bottom first, and that is because while we're shaping the piece, we can lose a little air, and so we just want to shape the bottom first with reinforcement to the pipe, to the bubble, and then we'll transfer it off, and we'll fold back the lip of the top. Can we please see the glory hole diagram as we work in and out of this reheating chamber here, from the bench to the reheating chamber? You'll see that it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass, and that chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. So the way that they know what to do and when to do it is by visibly reading the color of the glass. So when it reads very orange and it's glowing, that indicates that it's hot, and you can blow the bubble and shape the bubble. When it starts to cool down, it'll get a bit more stiff. And so that's why we need to get back into the reheating chamber so we can enhance different parts of the piece. So we'll use the jacks to carve into the glass. He'll create a jack line there at the end of the pipe. This is a reference point. It helps indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It's good to have a well-carved jack line to help us remove the piece from the end of this rod and transfer it to another rod so we can clean up the top. So as they hang that piece over the side of the bench there, it'll help stretch the glass out. He'll reinforce that jack line. That cloth-like material is newspaper that's just been folded up and soaked in water, which will allow him to guide the glass as he blows into the end of the pipe. with that wooden paddle, he'll shield his arm because this piece is well over 2,000 degrees, and so just wants to protect his arm. So the next step will be to flatten the bottom, and then once we shape the bottom, we'll transfer this piece from the initial blowpipe we've started on to clean up the opposite side and shape the top. Our visiting artist this week is Åsa Sandlund. As she creates her work here in the hot shop, her husband, Preston Singletary, is on the left side of the hot shop creating work as well. And on Sunday, if you're interested in learning more about Åsa, she'll have an artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. If you're ever curious to know what's happening here under the cone, you can always log on to our live stream. We stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So if you can't make it back to learn about Åsa on Sunday, be sure to get onto our live stream to watch her artist talk. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? Here in the hot shop, she's created vessels, plates, some Stockholm vases, but they're not out of the annealing oven yet, so we place things in ovens to cool down overnight. The vessels that she creates here and on the big screen are the same ones here, but later in the cold process, she'll cut them so you're able to see into the belly of the vessel. She likes to observe the magnifying properties of the glass, as well as the different dimensions as light shines through it. So with that paddle, he'll flatten the bottom while he uses his jacks to square up the walls of the bottom of the flower pot. Those paddles are made just out of wood. So it's really important that we use that fluffy torch to heat the end of the pipe in this area that he's torching right now, and that's because this portion goes into the reheating chamber when we flash the body of the piece last. It comes out first, but we also want to make sure that that portion is just as evenly heated throughout as the rest of the piece, because we're going to need to add water to that low point so we can disconnect the piece off the pipe. As you can see, Gabe is dipping into the furnace and he's gathering glass at the end of that rod there. It looks like it's orange, but it's just hot. As we gather glass from the furnace, we're then able to mold it and shape it to function for different parts of the process. This part of the process is we're transferring the piece from the initial blowpipe to open it up so we have access to the bubble, and he's creating a connection point there to place at the bottom of the flower pot. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace is where all the molten glass is held. And so this allows us to work and create things here in the hot shop. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass and rests at 2,100 degrees. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. And we get a little gather, and that gather can function as a transfer rod, or it can function as a bubble if you blow into the end of a pipe. Thank you. After we transfer the piece, I'll talk about the color in the piece. Because all the glass in the furnace is clear, we had to apply color to the vessel. But we'll talk about that after we transfer it off. He'll get a little bit of water and place it on the jack line. The thermal shock will set in. He'll tap the pipe and release the piece. And now that small access point will be the point in which he'll start to clean up and flare open to the size of the open flower pot. So in order to add color to the body of the piece, we had to use color bar. Color bar comes in literally big bars of color. We get it super hot and we lay it over a clear bubble. In this case, we use two different colors, a transparent and an opaque. It's just like a piece of chalk. It's just glass. We heat it up, and it's known as the color overlay process to add color to the surface of the glass. So can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about the glass and color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color, sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now on the left side of the hot shop, you can see he's suited up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe. Whenever we make items here in the hot shop, we must lay them into, place them into an annealing oven to cool down overnight. With those jacks, he'll go in with at an angle, which will help open up that little access point. As he slowly expands his grip, it will also open up the mouth of the piece. It's really important that she heats that back portion of the pipe. It goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. It's our connection to the process. So that is why she's hitting it with the fluffy torch. That fluffy torch is about 2,500 degrees, so it's super hot, just as hot as the reheating chamber. So as they rotate, centrifugal force will allow the glass to spread out. So this process is very hard because the glass has to be the perfect consistency, or the proper consistency as he opens it up and folds it out. And if they don't rotate fast enough and if he doesn't apply enough pressure, it can fold. And you don't want it to fold. You want it to just tuck all the way back over, just like a flower pot, to get the aesthetic of a clay flower pot. It's kind of hard to explain. That's why it's just really fun to watch it be done slowly and surely. They'll get to the final result they're trying to achieve here in the hot shop. He'll use those wooden jacks. Those jacks are just like the steel jacks, but they have wood on the end, and this will help when he's shaping that outer wall and the inner walls. It'll reduce the amount of stress that may be placed into the glass. As we rotate, if we were to use steel, it can create a line in the inside of the flower pot. You'll be able to see it. So we don't want that. So with the jacks, he'll be able to shape the glass with a soft finish on the surface. After this piece, we will take a lunch break, and then we'll come back around the 2 o'clock hour or so and do it all again until 5 o'clock. So now Sarah will get suited up to catch this piece off the pipe, and then we have to place it in an annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Those Kevlar gloves are made from the same material as bulletproof vests, and they will protect her hands from physically getting burned, but it is hot, so it can get a little warm as she carries it over to the annealing oven. We have to make sure that that connection point's nice and spicy and the body of the piece is very well heated, and then we'll remove it from the end of the pipe. Let's put a little water under on that connection point, tap the pipe, the vibrations will release it. Let's give them a big round of applause. Woohoo! It'll go into this annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give Sarah, Elsa, one more big round of applause. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch break now for about 1 hour, and then we'll come back and do it all again until 5. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon, and our visiting artist this week is Åsa Sandlund. Åsa's here creating alongside her husband, Preston Singletary. As they create their works here in the Hot Shop, you'll be able to see some really fun pieces be made. Before lunch, we worked on these flower pot vases. We'll probably continue to make flower pots when they get started here in just a moment. As they get started in the process, I'll let you guys know exactly what's happening. And again, my name is Emily. I'll be the MC for the afternoon. Our visiting artist was a candidate for the Feel Their Fire program, and Feel Their Fire is a program that supports artists to come here and work in a hot shop through the residencies that they've gained. So I just want to do a special thank you to Laura and Ian MacNeil. They're the sponsors for this residency through the Feel Their Fire campaign. Åsa was born in Stockholm, Sweden, and studied in France and England. She spent 2 years at the Sorbonne and earned her BFA at Beckman School of Design. She immigrated to the U.S. in '95 and now is retired after 30 years of being the senior creative director at Nordstrom's. In addition to her corporate role, she collaborates with Preston Singletary, her husband, and she is an accomplished glassmaker herself. Her work has been exhibited in the U.S. and abroad and featured in publications like the New Glass Review and the New York Times. So she joins the Museum of Glass this week during our Refact, it's a celebration in glass, the Seattle Glass Experience. Here, during the week, we start on Wednesdays, so Wednesdays are our Mondays around here in the Hot Shop. So during the week, we've created the vessels. The vessels you see here are the same as the one on the podium there. It's just that later, they have to be cut. So she'll cut the sides. Once the sides are cut and the bottoms are finished off in the cold working process, you'll then be able to look into the belly of the piece. She likes to observe the magnifying properties of glass and the dimensions, and so at different angles you'll be able to see the bubble and how the bubble reflects the surface color. It's only clear inside of a cup of color. Today we're going to be making some flower pots. We started off with this size here, the gray flower pot. So to start the process, we'll get the steel rods nice and hot because hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And then we'll dip into the furnace. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass, it contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. So as they rotate, we'll get a little bit of glass. When we get a little bit of glass, we'll then stick it to color bar that's been preheating. Color bar is how we will apply color to the surface of the glass today, because all of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. So can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnaces are the tanks here with the silver base and the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. This is a good example of how they stick the color onto the end of the rod there, and they'll prepare that color to be laid over a clear bubble. This is known as a color overlay. This is how we get a solid finish in the surface of the glass. So as they work here at the benches, they have to go in and out of these reheating chambers to keep the glass nice and hot. As you can see, she blew into the end of the pipe and she capped it, which will create a bubble. And that little starter bubble will be blown all the way out into the size of a flower pot. But as they work here in the hot shop, they have to use the reheating chambers to get the glass nice and hot, so they're able to mold and shape it at the bench. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? These glory holes, the open face chambers, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. So now that she takes the color and trudges it all the way back towards the end of the pipe that will encase the bubble, she'll gather over this. The amount of gathers that we take allow us to then stretch out the bubble to get to the size of the piece that we need. So a piece is sometimes counted in gathers, but because we're going to connect 3 different parts to create the flower pot, it's a little bit different, but you'll see it all come together. So the bottom portion of the color is opaque, the middle is transparent, and then the top portion will also be opaque. This will consist of creating 2 bubbles and cutting them. And so we'll be able to have 3 parts with different colors. And in this process, it's known as the incalmo process. So that is when, like, incalmo means to graft, kind of like skin grafting. But instead, we're going to connect pieces of color, and it helps just have a really crisp, clean line of connection while color blocking the glass. So now that we have another color bar nice and hot, we'll lay it over the clear bubble. We have to build 2 bubbles to attach them together. When we create here in the hot shop, the tools are designed especially for this process. So as you can see, those diamond shears in one snip will remove his hand from that very hot material, disconnect on a clean cut, and remove that extra pipe. So there on the big screen, like I said, and Sarah's gathering again, also the size of a piece is counted in gathers. So to do this properly, they'll say, we'll do 2 gathers, blow it out, and then move forward with the process of it combining the 2 different bubbles, stacking the colors. The pipe cooler is designed just to cool that pipe down. Steel's not the best conductor of heat, but when you continue to dip into these very high temp ovens and furnaces, it'll start to get warm to touch. Everything looks orange in the beginning, and that's just because it's very hot. But as we move towards the end, you'll be able to have an idea of what it'll look like when it cools down, after it cools down overnight. So when they sit at the bench and they shape the glass, they'll use those hollowed out pieces of wood. They're known as blocks. That'll cool down the outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. So then when we blow into the pipe, the bubble will expand evenly. There on the big screen, you'll also see to shape the glass a bit more intimately, he'll use papers. Papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. We are going to make some more of the plates here on the table. If we could see some of the plates with the designs on the surface to get an understanding of how they enhance the plates in the cold working process or in the sandblasting process, that would be awesome. So these plates here have 2 colors. On the back, it'll be different from the front. This one is kind of easy to see. The back is white and the front is gray. So later on in the cold process, they will put what we refer to as buttercut on the surface. They'll carve out the plastic material and then sandblast the plate to reveal the color behind the top color. And so that is how they're able to manipulate the top portion of the plate. Thank you. So the next step of the plates is to put a Swedish puck, like a hockey puck on the bottom, like a little foot of clear glass. Looks just like a hockey puck. So we're going to lay it on the bottom, and then after they put the foot on, we'll transfer it off of this rod to open up the opposite side. So now he'll gather some more glass out of the furnace. And then we'll lay it onto the bottom of the plate. He'll put a little bit of water on that jack line he carved in earlier and tap the pipe to release the glass. And now when he opens it up, you'll be able to see the inner color of the plate that they are creating. So as we continue to extract glass from out of the furnace, all of the glass inside of that furnace will start to get low. And that 1,000 pounds won't just like magically reappear. That would be good for our hot shop technician, but our hot shop tech will recharge the furnaces, and this is a process to refill that level of about 1,000 degrees. The lower the glass gets, the harder it becomes to gather because it's so hot. You kind of have to put a bit more of an effort into gathering it. And so, can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as he blows into the end of the pipe, it will help expand that color into the clear glass that he gathered over the color overlay. And with those papers, he'll shape the glass and guide it. And so now that they've spun the plate open, if you look on the left side of the hot shop, it went from a bowl to a plate rather quickly. He'll suit up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe and then place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. So on the right side of the hot shop, you'll see we'll actually focus on them taking this piece off the pipe first. So we'll add a little bit of water to that connection point. Thermal shock will set in and it'll help release the plate from the end of the pipe. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Woo-hoo! It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So now that he's carved a low point in the bubble to disconnect the bubbles, the smaller part on the right side of the bubble towards the end, that'll be the top portion of the flower pot we're working on. So we're going to cut it in half, open it up. When we open it up, we'll have access to the bubble to open the bottom and shape it. And then we're going to incalmo, so we're going to add another part. Can we see the incalmo slide? So we're going to incalmo the transparent part for the middle. So incalmo means to graft in the Italian language, just like skin grafting. It's how we can color block precisely here in the hot shop. We're going to have 3 pieces that will be incalmoed all together. Thank you. We'll put a little bit of water in that low point. The water will create thermal shock in the area. Tap the pipe and the vibrations will disconnect the bubble. So now we're going to open up that bubble connected to the blowpipe. And this will actually be, whenever we're close to the end of the pipe, that will actually be the top. We're going to stack the 3 colors all together, and then we're going to shape the bottom first. So we work upside down before we're able to work right side up. And that's because as we're shaping, the air will sometimes seep out a little bit, so we're able to enhance the bubble. So we're able to reinforce the bubble. So the color is added during the color overlay process when we get the bar. We take the bar out of, like, say maybe it's parked in the garage. We pick the bar up and we get it so hot it becomes orange. And then we lay it over a clear bubble. But for you to get a little bit of a better understanding of how the color bar interacts with the glass, can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about glass and color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now they'll shape the two pieces together with a little water. He'll put it onto the jack line there, tap the pipe, and we'll release that extra rod. And so the next step will be to put on the other band of opaque glass at the top. Once all three parts are connected, we'll be able to blow it out to get it to the size of the medium-sized flower pot. So now we'll add the last part of the incalmo vessel, and that the piece that Sarah's reheating right now will function as the bottom portion of the flower pot. We will begin to blow the bubble out and then flatten the bottom first. Then we'll open up the top. So when both pieces are nice and hot, we'll be able to attach them. When the glass is visibly orange, it indicates it's very soft, very hot, and sticky. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to help expand that bubble and connect the two parts as he shapes it with the papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. Welcome to the hot shop. For those of you who are just joining us, Åsa Sandlund is here creating her work in the hot shop with the team. A little water on that connection point. It'll help release the extra pipe. And now we can start to clean up the bottom of the flower pot. We are making flower pots. So now we'll use our jacks to go in and carve into the surface of the glass. This will allow us to create a jack line. This will help move the bubble away from the end of the pipe. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So during this week here at the Hot Shop, Åsa has been creating her various different styles of work. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? So she was born in Stockholm, Sweden, and she studied in France and England. She spent 2 years in the Sorbonne and earned her BFA at Beckman's School of Design. She immigrated to the U.S. in '95 and has recently retired after 30 years of serving as a senior creative director at Nordstrom's. In addition to her corporate role, she collaborates with her husband, Preston Singletary, on the left side of the Hot Shop working today. She is an accomplished glassmaker herself, and her work has been exhibited in the U.S. and abroad, and featured in publications like the New Glass Review and the New York Times. During this week here at Museum of Glass, it's also the Refract, the Seattle Glass Experience weekend happening throughout the Pacific Northwest. Åsa was also a Fielder Fire candidate, and I just want to give a special thank you to sponsors Ian and Laura MacNeil, who sponsored the Fielder Fire program. So now that we've carved in this jack line, this will serve as a reference point to help us remove the piece from the blowpipe at a different point in the time when we need to transfer it. So now on the right side of the Hot Shop, Sean will bring over a nice fresh gather of glass. It'll be placed onto the bottom of the piece there, the bubble there. We're creating a puck, like a hockey puck, at the bottom of the bowl. It's going to start as a bowl, or it's going to start as this orb, and they're going to spit it out to create a plate. And now here at the middle bench, she'll use the paddles to shield his arm. That piece is well above 2,000 degrees. And with those papers, he'll guide the glass. He'll direct the glass as he blows into the end of the pipe, and he'll shape the glass. So now with the paddles, she'll flatten the bottom as he uses the jacks to square up the walls of the outside of the flower pot. Now you can see the really pretty colors it'll be when it cools all the way back down to room temperature. The way that they know what to do and when to do it is by visibly reading the color of the glass. Glowing orange indicates hot, soft, and malleable. When it's cooled down, it means it's a bit more stiff in that area and cold. So now that we've disconnected the plate from off of the end of the pipe, it must go into an annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. How about we give them one more big round of applause? So with that torch, he'll hit the torch at the concentrated in the bottom portion. This area, it goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. We want to make sure that the piece is evenly heated throughout without keeping it in the reheating chamber too long. We don't want it to get too hot, but we don't want it to get too cold. So we hit it with the fluffy torch as they're doing now. And then we will prepare to transfer the piece off of the blowpipe so we can work on the opposite side. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as we work in and out of this reheating chamber, it will keep the piece nice and hot. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. So he dipped into the furnace to create a connection point at the end of the transfer rod there on the right side of the hot shop. When they come out of the furnace with the glass, it looks orange, but it's really cool. I mean, it's really clear when it cools down. So now we'll connect the transfer rod to the bottom of the flower pot. Put a little bit of water, tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help release the glass from the end of the pipe. With those jacks, he'll go in at an angle and slowly start to open up his grip, which will help widen the mouth of the piece. We'll refer to this part as the top or the lip. this part is where the magic happens. You have to be able to get the glass a good temperature, rotate just steadily enough to where centrifugal force doesn't continue to stretch out that outer lip. And then with the right amount of pressure, he'll slowly start to fold the lip back without actually folding it as it touches any other parts of the glass. So I asked, why is this part so hard? And I tried my best to explain it, but it is so awesome to watch it slowly come together. There is a lot of different elements that contribute to making this work out the right way. He must rotate that pipe steadily enough, and then as he starts to fold it back with the proper amount of pressure and angle, it will start to fold onto itself. So he's changed from his steel jacks to his lumberjacks. The wood on the end of those jacks will help provide a very soft finish to the surface of the glass. So when he goes inside, he's helping open it, and when he rides the outside, he's folding that lip back. it's really important that she torches that connection point there at the end of the pipe. That's our connection to the process. And that area, once again, it goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. And so that is why she's using the fluffy torch. She's blow torching the end. So here with this bubble that's pink, he'll then dip into the furnace to gather some more glass over the two colors that they've already applied to the steel rod. This will allow them to blow the piece out. When they blow out the bubble, we're going to blow it out enough to where we'll have a nice sized bubble. We'll put a little foot on the bottom, and then we're going to spin it out into a plate. So as you can see, dipping into the furnace, it's like dipping into a jar of honey. As they rotate that rod, they'll be able to collect another gather of glass. It looks orange only because it's hot. It'll cool down, and it'll be the two colors that they laid over the pipe. We need to gather glass in order to be able to expand the bubble. So everything starts at the bubble, but we're just about to finish this flower pot off. A little water on that connection point. Sarah will get under it with her protective gear on, tap the pipe, and let's give them a big round of applause. And then into the annealing oven, it'll rest where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Åsa Sandlund is our visiting artist this week here, creating her work with the Hot Shop team. She was a Feel Their Fire candidate, and I'd like to give a special thank you to Lauren and Ian MacNeil for making this residency possible. As you can see here, we've been able to create a lot of different pieces and styles of work. Åsa likes to refer to her work as the winter, the spring, and the summer. And so she's been able to create different pieces that she'll collect and photograph and then put on her website at a different point in time. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? So we're in the halfway point of how the plates are created, and so that means the next part of the process will be to put that really pretty clear ice puck on the bottom. Once we put the clear ice puck on, then we'll be able to slowly open it up. We made these really, really beautiful Stockholm vases yesterday, and I just love the colorways, and they kind of remind me of a mountain range. So our next flower pot will be white on the bottom, clear in the middle, and then white on the top. So we're just creating another flower pot here in the hot shop. And then on the left side of the hot shop, we're preparing to take this plate and put it, into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. So it's really nice to see when they work in clear because it's clear glass, it chills quickly, we're able to see the color it'll be when it cools down. But then we also use color during the process, and for Åsa's work specifically, she has been using color bar to lay color over a clear bubble to enhance the surface color of the glass for a solid finish. So when you lay color over a clear bubble, you use a little color and a whole lot of clear to be able to expand the bubble and shape the piece to the desired design. So on the right side of the hot shop, Sarah's piece is clear. Right now in the middle of the hot shop, Ben is elongating or stretching a bubble so he can cut the bubble in half. And then we'll have an incalmo vessel that'll be turned into a flower pot. Can we see the incalmo diagram? So incalmo means to graft in the Italian language, kind of like skin grafting, but we're color blocking. And so we're going to use 3 different pieces of glass to incalmo them into a flower pot with 3 different shades. So opaque, transparent, and opaque. And so you'll see he'll use the jacks to carve into the bubble. He'll split it in half, and one portion will function as the top, and one portion will function as the bottom. So as we allow for that bubble to cool down just a bit, that will allow us to be able to detach the top part of the bubble. We place the middle portion of the flower pot into the garage where it'll just rest until we're ready to rework it into the process. So we'll connect that transfer rod. Once it's nice and set up, then he'll add some water to the low point of that bubble. Thermal shock will set in. He'll tap the pipe and release the extra bubble of glass. So we've laid two colors over, so I think it was pink at the core and then white on the outside. So then when they spin it open, it'll be pink on the face and white on the back. They're going to gather over that, and when they gather over it, that allows them to stretch that bubble out a lot more than just using two colors. So then that way, they can spin it out to be about the size of the plates here on the table. So the next step in the process will be to connect the bottom portion to the clear. So that little cup of white, that'll function as the bottom. And when we make things here in the hot shop, we typically will shape the bottom first and then work on the top. And that's because as we shape, we need to be able to reinforce the bubble. Because when we shape, it can seep out just a little bit due to shaping the glass. So with those jacks, he'll carve into the glass to create a jack line. This will help move that bubble away from the end of the pipe a bit. It also serves as a reference point. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. He'll rotate on the paper marver, which will help just create some really nice walls on the surface. So we'll shape the bottom of the flower pot. Once the bottom is shaped, we're going to switch it off of the blowpipe we've started on and then open up the top and fold it back. I hope you guys have had a wonderful day here in the hot shop watching Åsa work. If you're ever interested in learning about what's happening here under the cone, you can always get onto our live stream. We live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. We'll hit the top portion with a little bit of the fluffy torch, and we'll prepare to transfer this piece off of the blowpipe so we can start to clean up the opposite side.